Hello, hello. Let me see if I can get this thing to start showing my camera. There it is. Is Rosie still here? Are you still here, Rosie? Yes. Hi, Dusty Unicorn. Rosie, did you want to come on here and hang out while I finished your hat? If you want to come hang out with me, Rosie. I'm going to put Sue's turtle back over here. Okay, you got to call the mama, so that's okay. I'm going to finish Rosie's hat. I actually just taped stuff together last night. Yes, I do have the other hat that I have to finish. So I'm going to finish this one real quick. I just have to sew around here. I just tacked it in place last night. And then I have to set some rivets in here to hold up these pieces. And I have to cut the loops to add to it for the keychain and all. But this is just how I visualize things as I tack it together. Wow, that could make a cool floppy hat too. I could make a floppy hat, a summertime floppy hat for somebody. I've got one ring. Rosie, I appreciate you coming in and supporting me. It is deeply appreciated. I need to bend over and turn my little heater on before my feet freeze. Is that gonna work? This will, that'll give me thickness. Yes. Where are you that it's so warm that you're using an air conditioner? Oh, wow. You guys have temperatures that are that warm? This is not participating. It is sliding under the ruler. I hate when it does that. That's okay because I marked it enough that I can see what I'm doing. Most of it cut through. Oh, that's enough. I'm using this scrap so that it has this backer on it to give it extra thickness for strength, because one of these is going to be for the keychain loop to hold this in place for when Rosie's using it for a keychain. And some of you may have heard that I am going to put some loops on here so that Rosie could wear this as a fascinator if she wanted to. Oh, I've been all through the hot flash thing. Lately, I've been dealing with going to Alaska for no apparent reason, just freezing. And hi, Monica. Good to see you. Doing a quick run. I want to finish Rosie's hat so I can send out Stu's turtle and Rosie's hat tomorrow. Got pattern pieces laying all over the place. Convince the leather it wants to fold there. And then wackadoodle some holes on here. And I should not do things left-handed. I'm the one to hurting myself. And that'll just get stitched in here. Yeah. Rosie's versatile hat. It's either a fascinator or a keychain. I definitely will have to refresh my work area before I start on my next project, because the next project is using white leather. And this surface will have to be totally stripped down and retaped with clean tape to make sure that it's nice and fresh. And just so I keep things in alignment, I'm going to pull my thread through here. It's not one of my normal leather needles, so it's a little bit thicker on the back end. Hello, my husband. For those who do not know, the man in here named Evil Jeff is my spouse. He comes in and supports my crazy habits of making leather things. Yeah, we've been noticing you not being around, Dusty. We've missed you. Doesn't listen very well. Yes, Jeff. Monica was absolutely describing you. And doing such a fine job. I just need to hold this in place for a wee bit. So when I start stitching, I stitch everything back together the way it belongs. And I need to measure me out some thread. Oh, I've got this beautiful circle that I cut out of there, so that'll work. There. I usually measure approximately 4 times the length of what I'm stitching. That way I have enough for the stitch that I'm doing, and I'll have extras because I hate running out and getting to the end and only having short pieces of thread to work with. And one of the things you've not been seeing me do, and I've lost my camera. Oh, there it is I've been running this through with my fingernail, pulling off some of the extra wax, because this thread is heavily waxed, and that's what I just pulled off of it. And if I don't, then the item I'm working on will have this heavy wax at the stitch line, and I don't like that. Oh yes, Jeff does make a good steak. That's all right. Just be willing to take it, Monica, because Jeff can he lives in my house. He lives in the house with me, so sarcasm is plentiful here. We have 5 of us. We all have our own form of sarcasm, so And don't promise Jeff, don't ask Jeff if he wants cookies, because he'll tell you what kind he wants and he will actually want his cookies. Because, you know, chocolate. He'll be willing to send you his shipping address just to get some yummies. So once I get this started in the hole, I can release my holding thread out of the way. Yeah, that's true. He might. But he also knows we have cake left over from last night that Oliver made from scratch for me for my birthday. Because at least one grandchild actually likes me. Actually, they both do. I know that. Yeah, Jeff might have just dropped in for a moment and is not going to be sticking around. Never know. He has his own computer stuff he runs off to go do. We have 5 people in this house, and everybody does their own thing when it comes to computer stuff. I guess I need to decide where I'm going to put those other pieces for Rosie to be able to use hairpins if she so desires. I am double stitching it here. Hi, Rob. Good seeing you again. Shoot, pulled that thread too tight. I'm actually going to continue on with the other hat as soon as I finish this one. I want to get this one in the mail tomorrow. So I'm going to finish off Rosie's keychain hat. Miniature pirate hat. I tell you, sometimes these little ones are more complex than the larger ones. The bigger pieces are easy to work with. That should hold that secure. Put a key on there. Keys will flip inside. That'll work. And then I need to put some thread in here to flag myself. Let me see what thread I have laying around. I have some pink, not something that I usually use. So I'll cut off a piece of that. This needle is complex to work with. And it looks like a good spot. Get it there. And there. I hope everybody had a good day today. I worked. There. Now when I come to these locations, I'll remember to put my loop on it as I stitch around. That way I don't have to think about it or count or anything. I can just stitch. And this one, it looks like I'm sewing the brim upside down, but I'm not. Well, I am, but there's a reason for it. It's based on what is actually going to show. Because this is a tricorn pattern, so that means the brim actually gets folded up. And Rosie wanted this side to show. If I would have put the brim on right, it would have only shown the black. And it would have hidden the whole rainbow effect that Rosie wanted to be able to see. So on the live last night, we discussed it, and Rosie's like, yes, flip it so that the rainbow shows. So that's what I did. I have to put this where I get my flow going. Sounds like a fun day. It worked. Well, toward the end of the workday, I'd finished all my work, but I still have to stay online, so I played with rocks a little bit, sorting some of my rocks. Still have not finished all of them yet. It's crazy. I didn't realize how many I had until I started going through them. And right now I'm messing with the tumbles, and I'm not cataloging each individual tumble. I'm sorting them and putting them in groups. So one catalog entry will be for a handful of smoky quartz pieces or carnelian agate pieces or a glass of amethyst, or 2 glasses of amethyst. I think I have 2 glasses of amethyst, small pieces. The bigger pieces get their own number in the catalog. Rob, what time is it for you? Or do you just work as odd hours that you eat lunch at 6 p.m.? Because for me, it's dinner time. And the young grandchild is cooking. The youngest grandchild has decided they needed to learn cooking, more experience with cooking. So they have taken over cooking dinner. They requested to take over cooking dinner for a while. I must have turned down my heater because it turned off and my feet are still cold. Oh, you just eat at odd hours. Okay. Well, actually, I understand that. I know people who, yeah, my late husband used to go to work at 2 o'clock in the morning. So when I was eating breakfast, he was eating what he would call lunch. So I get it. I understand the eating on different hours. Even when he went to work at 4 o'clock in the morning, his hours were different. When we would eat dinner, even though it was a dinner meal, sorry, I hit my camera and made it bounce. We would be eating a dinner meal. He would refer to it as breakfast. In the hole, in the hole. I gotta watch it because I keep pulling things. I pull the stuff too close to me, and then you can't see what I'm doing. And I'm just doing a basic saddle stitch on these. Even if I would go fancy with a bigger hat, there's no way I would try to do that with a smaller hat. Not first time on camera, at least. it's it's interesting working with the smaller pieces like this because I'm used to working with a much bigger pieces. This was a 22-inch hat, I think 22 or 22 and a half inch hat that I put down to about 1/4 size. So yeah, it's interesting to work with. I would not choose to work with miniatures all the time, but they make for interesting little keychains. I have done some small ones for some of the skulls that I have. And if Rosie has some of those acrylic skulls like we've gotten from Robbie before, and Lisa also makes them, they these smaller hats fit them. So she can store her hat on one of her skulls, one of her acrylic skulls. An acrylic skull with a pirate hat. That works. And I think Rosie's talking to her mom. And then next week I take my Tahoe in to get it fixed from the crazy that happened at the first of the month. And I guess the guy across the street is going to be in for a very rude awakening after things get fixed, because he doesn't realize that they're going to come after somebody to pay for these damages. He thought if I filed on my insurance for uninsured motorist, that it would just get paid and it would just disappear. And unfortunately, that's not the way it works. My insurance is absolutely going to go after the registered owner for payment of the damages. And he's really going to be shocked because the person that actually, whose name the car is actually in, is going to come after him because he bought it like 5 years ago and never transferred the title to his name. But that is on him, not on me. I need to get in touch with him because I think he got paid Friday. So I need to start working towards getting things fixed. My husband's car still has to be repaired. But I think it looks like with my insurance, mine's going to wind up going through first because they want to move on it to get it repaired. I think by the time Rosie comes back, her hat's going to be finished or nearly finished. I actually have to dig out the grommets I'm going to put on it because we had talked last night, and I'm going to put some skull grommets on it to hold the tricorn folded up. Usually on a regular hat, I would have wire in the brim so that the person that owns the hat and wears the hat can fold it or not fold it. Or I would stitch it or put snaps on it, just to give options. But being that what this is a miniature, I'm just going to make it where the brim is always up. Everybody is so quiet. And while you're here, if you wish to help the channel, I would very much appreciate it if you gave me a thumbs up. Hit that subscribe button if you're not already subscribed. Hit the little bell notification so that you are notified when I go live. I am trying to set up a weekly schedule of going live at least 3 times a week. Maybe doing some trade-off on times with other people when we're doing crafting, inviting each other on one day a week, having it where we have more shared streams just to help each other out. But I always usually do my stuff by myself quietly in my basement. I'm a basement troll in my own house. It's actually where I just have all my workshop stuff going on. Once I'm going to come down here and reorganize it. My oldest grandson's going to help me reorganize the basement. And then I can give you a tour of the space and show you how I have my leather stacked up and stored, and what kind of leather I have, because I have a lot of leather. I have decided that I have a collection problem. I like to collect things. I started working with leather and I started collecting leather. And I wanted it all. A lot of the pieces I actually have are not leather that you can necessarily acquire. Some of them are one-offs. They came out different from the rest of the dye lot. So, I can't get more of it that exact color. Or there were ones that I have some leather that was used for Prada and Coach bags, and they quit using that specific color and pattern. So I was able to buy some inexpensively, but once it's gone because there's no place to get it anymore. I have, leather from the SB Foot Tannery, which does all the leather for Red Wing boots. And often, for people that go on Get Swamped and saw the hat that I made Robbie, his hat is made from SB Foot leather that they got did a whole lot of dyeing for a series of boots. And when they went through the hides, they had a couple of hides where the coloration was just not quite the right shade of brown. And so they pulled those off and they sold them to Springfield Leather. And that's where I got it from. So we have one of these hides or two of these hides, depending on what they got, in this beautiful color. Who wants one? And it's this much money. Hi, Britta. So sometimes I buy my leather that way. It helps cut the cost a little bit. Other times I have clients that want specific leather, such as this rainbow leather. I'm making another hat with it for those who have not been watching. And for those who have been watching, they know what hat I'm talking about, the one we're going to continue on shortly. It was almost $10 a square foot, and she paid for that leather. She paid extra to use that leather, because it went above what I would normally spend on leather for projects. What I normally price out to use. So she bought the extra leather, and because I don't throw away good pieces of leather, what I consider good pieces of leather, I am using up scraps. Because throwing away perfectly good leather is just wrong. I'm getting ready to sew in the last loop I need to put in. Everybody's so quiet in chat. If anyone has any questions, you're more than welcome to put them in, and I will answer them as soon as I read them. There may be a lag. Hello, husband again. My lurker husband. I appreciated my dinner last night. Did not finish the steak. It was too big. I have a piece of steak still in the fridge that I will eat for lunch tomorrow, I think. On the home stretch now. I'm trying to pay attention to the chat because I have very few mods on this channel as it is, and I do not expect them to be here every time I go live. And so if there's any trolls that want to come visit, I have to be paying attention. I'd rather not have trolls. But I guess if my channel grows and someone will think it's a threat and they'll have to come try to attack me. Because that's what people do, I guess. That seems to be the new trend on here. If someone else is doing well, then you attack them. I think it's childish. Kindergarten at best. It's like someone went on Thule's channel and attacked Rosie yesterday when Rosie got her wrench to be mod on Thule's channel, and there was no reason for that. There was no reason to say ugly things to her, because she got excited because she got a wrench. It was stupid. It was really stupid that she was attacked like that. All these quiet people lurking in the background. Hi. I am finishing up Rosie's hat that I started last night when watching her live, so that I can mail out both of the keychains, both Rosie's and Sue's. Tomorrow. Hey, Sandra. I appreciate you coming by and hanging out to watch me sew. I do a surgeon's knot, and I'm slipping it between the layers, And I do the surgeon's knot because it has, it creates greater tension, which makes it harder to come out. And then I also melt the ends. And flatten that out a little bit, and that will stop it from being able to come through. Tap down these stitches a little bit, which is not easy to do on this egg blasted miniature hat. So you can see it automatically, this automatically now wants to stay up. So that'll make putting it together in its nice little tricorn pattern easier now that it is completely stitched. The hard part is going to be putting the hole in here. If this was an actual hat that was going to be worn by people, I would do it a little bit different. But it is not. So I'm going to get one of my marking pins and see if I can get this to mark this leather. Be a nice little hole in there. It's sort of marked it. I can see it ish. And this is not going to be easy for me to put where you can actually see me doing it, because I have to work off the edge in order to actually put a hole in this. And that's still not putting a hole all the way through. Did that time. Sweet. So now I'll dig me out a rivet. Hi, Tammy. I'm sorry you're not feeling well. I hope the Stomach bug goes away soon. I know how horrible that can be. I stack up things when I'm working so that I have everything I need close to me. And now I have to shift things. I think I just found my hammer that came up missing yesterday. Okay. Now let me see if I can find my little pirates. My little skulls. I'm going to have to use this corner to stack things on. Got rainbow rivets. Oh, I might pull two of those. But I am pretty sure I have at least one skull left. I have a lot of these containers full of different kind of connectors. Huh. There is a skull. That one might work. I don't think he'll be too big. Let's see. Because I do have this black skull. Don't want to lose him. But I do want to get all these containers out of my way. I'm going to look into some of the other containers because I do have a lot of containers of supplies. I buy all my buckles and stuff like that, and I put them in these clear plastic boxes, and I sort them so I can see what I have. I do not have any other skulls. That's the only skull I have. I need to get a rolling, some kind of mobile cabinet that I can slide these in and out of easily. Okay. Great. Now I need a screwdriver, and I don't think I have one right here. I had one. That one's too big. Oh, sorry, my arm is in your way. Let's see if I can do it this way. Until I can get a screwdriver to screw that in. Yeah, that's Rosie. That is definitely a Rosie look there with that skull on the front. And let me pop up the rest of this tricorn. Okay, let me see. Hi, Phil. Yes, this is going to be Rosie's little miniature hat. I'm trying to make this the front of it lay flatter. It is not participating as well as I had hoped. That's okay. Hold that baby in place. Okay, one at a time. Just do this one. Oh, I need, what did I do with that needle? There it is. I need the one that actually has a sharp point. My regular sewing needles do not have sharp points on them. Yeah, Phil, I don't know if you saw it. I had put a nice little skull on the front of Rosie's hat. Because, Rosie's the pirate. She needs a skull. I will push that on the table. I will not push that with my hand because I'm not stupid enough to put holes in my fingers like that. Again, I have to pull this over to the corner so that I can fit the hat over the very corner. Doesn't like that hammer. I'm going to use that rainbow rivet on the side. But what I'm going to do now is somewhat use the hat itself to find the other location. And that looks right. And it should be about right there. Again, if I were doing a full-size hat, there would be a lot of measuring that goes into this, and ouch, that hurt. I just stabbed myself in the finger. And good thing when the grandkids bring me bandages, they bring me extras because I am bleeding. I will not show it on camera, but I have now poked a hole in my finger. This is my reality of working with leather all the time. Is it's not uncommon for me to walk around my house with band-aids on my fingers from doing just that, of yeah, sticking holes in my fingers. Not intentionally, but it happens. And while I can see that hole, the nasty needle that stuck me. Now I get to tell Rosie I have my blood in this hat. I really did not bleed on the leather. I don't make it a habit of bleeding on things I make people. Promise. In the hole. I hear my phone going off, and I hope someone important isn't trying to call me. I will set those shortly, and then I'll probably put some clips on these to kind of cause a crease in the leather to happen. Right there. And I need another one of these little red clips. I told someone one time that I called these my leather pins, because you cannot pin your leather pieces together and expect them not to be damaged when you're done. And I am actually just using these to cause creases in the leather to make it where it holds the shape better when I'm finished with it. I do have to set these rivets, which means I need to move these hammers because I cannot use those hammers to set rivets. Bring over my fancy miniature anvil and my fancy metal. And what I am going to do is put a piece of leather over this. So when I smush it down, I don't mar up the rivet, the top of the rivet. So now when I will let that stay for a little bit, I do have to get a screwdriver. I will pull this off and I will put some glue behind it. Where the screw is, I will put glue behind it and screw this back together so that it's less likely to ever come apart again. Hi, Marcia. Do I need to start pinging you every time I go live? Since YouTube doesn't want to. Even though you've asked YouTube nicely to notify you, it's not doing it. I was just finishing up the miniature hat I started yesterday for Rosie when I was on Rosie's live. I did this for her, and it is actually, she can actually attach it for keychain usage, or she can put some hairpins in here in these two loops and use it on her head like a little fascinator. Let me pin this back so it actually creases. So I'll get this one finished, and hopefully I'll be able to ship tomorrow or Wednesday. So now I need to clean up the space from the turtle I made Sue and the hat I made Rosie. Hi, MZ. Let's set these over here. Hanging those off of my sewing machine behind me. Rosie actually has hair. She just always keeps it pulled back. Her hair's just not real thick, which is one of the reasons why she keeps it pulled back. So I'm going to clean up some of this stuff from working on the miniature. I am going to need this thread. I don't think I'm going to need my ink pen. I will need my scissors, my lighter. We've got everything cut out, so I do not need my cutter. I don't need my hole punch anymore. You guys don't care about my vape juice. And I don't need tape. And I will put my Band-Aid over here in case I put holes in my fingers again. I'm gonna try not to put another hole in my finger. And see, Marsha, you missed me sticking a needle through my finger. I did not show it on camera, but I decided to poke myself with a needle. I decided I needed some kind of excitement today or something. So this is the part I forgot to mark. Do I not have audio going? Can you hear me okay, Marsha? It was not a big needle. It was a smaller needle. But it's very pointy. Not the ones I normally work with. The ones I normally work with are bigger around, but they don't have as much point to them. For leatherworking, it's not big. That one actually is not a leatherworking needle. I just keep it handy. Because I never know when I need another needle. I need to pull some more out of here. I have quite a few needles to work with. I bought some thread, and every pack of thread, every container of thread, every spool came with like 5 needles. And so I wound up with lots of needles, and most of them are not the kind I use. I don't use the one with the big eyes. It makes it where I have to put holes too big in my leather to work with these that are where the holes are that big. They're wider in here. And by the time I put the thread on them, I have to have such a big hole for me to pass the needle through with after I've put other thread in, because you wind up with 2 pieces of thread through every hole. And these have a much smaller head and eye on them. I don't even know if you can see that. So, but it was just little. It was a little one. I'm not too worried. Yeah, I'm going to stitch this on. Measure that thread I need. That's 1 length. Double that for 2. Double that again for 4. And because this is a little thick, I will go past the 4 mark quite a bit. I don't worry about wasting thread. I actually use the scraps of threads for marking, like I did here. I marked where I needed to start from. So the thread really doesn't go to waste. When I have long pieces, I just set it aside and wait for later. I use it to baste pieces together when I need to check something. No, Marcia, I shoved it through my finger back here. I did exactly what I was trying to avoid. I'm pulling off some of this extra wax right now, and that's why you can't see my hands. It's hard to do it under the camera. It's just this thread is so waxy. I mean, there's times that you see it and you'll see the white. You can see the wax on it. I don't know if let me see. I'm trying to think of what I have here that's black. That's actually a true black. Actually, I could use this other thread. Possibly. But you can see the wax on this compared to the other thread. It looks white. And that's just heavy wax. I don't know why this thread is so heavily waxed, but it is. Now, I've never sewn through my nail. Knock on wood, wherever wood is in this place. I pierce my thread like that so that I don't lose my thread when I'm stitching. It also stops the thread from moving on the needle where it doesn't split the thread. I've had problems in the past with the needle rubbing back and forth when I was stitching, and it would wear and start breaking the threads where my needle was. But this, after I've dropped my needle a few times, literally in the floor, and I know what it feels like to step on a needle, so I'm just going to reduce the risk of dropping needles by securing. So if I drop my needle now, I don't have to worry about it falling off. Hi, Francis. Get that ready to go. I'm going to stitch through this hole, then into this hole. And then into the hole in the back. And the same for the second one. And then I get to sew a straight piece to a curved piece. Marcia, I went to school with someone when we had home ec, what is it, home ed or whatever, home ec. They had a girl sewed through her finger, and I didn't understand that, but I'd been sewing since I was real little, and so the concept of sewing over your finger with the sewing machine, I can't comprehend that. It's like, what are your fingers doing under that? Why didn't you move them when you ran into the pressure foot? But evidently, it's a common thing that happens. I was unaware of that until I found out that multiple people have done it. I am going to pull another piece of that pink thread for a minute. I know the glue on this plastic reinforcement piece I have in here is horrible. So to stop it from coming apart, I'm going to stop for a minute and do a quick running stitch through here. just to hold this in place while I'm stitching this other stuff, because I didn't use my heavy barge cement for this. I don't like exposing myself to toxic fumes if I don't have to. So I avoided that. And the trade-off is I have to base this to hold it in place while I finish up the other stuff until I get ready to do the edging on this. Let's this way. Do the same thing with this side. Just cut me off a chunk. Oh, goodness. I couldn't imagine that. I've never worked with any kind of machine that's going to run away with me and and sew through my fingers, though. Now I've got that sewed, or just basted in with that wonderful pink thread so that it'll help hold it together while I'm stitching this. Because as I'm stitching it, I'm pulling at that, and I don't want it to come apart. Because I cut back the that reinforcement part so that it is going to lay up against this edge when it's all stitched together. So it's long enough to do that. Rosie, well, you missed it. I finished the hat. You missed it. Totally missed it. I'm going to take a break for a second and show Rosie. I've got red clips on it holding it in place, but I've got me a nice skull. I haven't glued it. I haven't glued the threads yet on that, so I have to secure it better. And what I did on the sides was I used the rainbow rivets, and I'll shape it up a little bit more. I've got your key ring in there, and I've got your two loops for your that you can pull and put hairpins on and use it like a fascinator if you so desire. I guess technically you could put a ponytail through there too if you really wanted to, depending on the size of your ponytail. But yeah, it's big for a keychain. I could not imagine trying to make this any smaller. I think it would have been a nightmare to make it any smaller. I might have just given up and quit. But I think it's cute. If Rosie thinks it's cute, that's what matters. Let me make sure I'm getting the right one. Rosie, do you love it? Every time I think I'm getting in my groove, I wind up setting this down and have to work to get back in my groove again. This is one of the frustration pieces because you're sandwiching. I'm because it's two layers, it's the top and the bottom, and I'm sandwiching it and putting one side over on one side in here and one side out here. And that way it doesn't put too much on the inside of the hat or on the outside of the hat. It doesn't create too much bulk on either side. It kind of divides it and makes it lay better. Doesn't make stitching it any better, but it does make it lay better. I need to get myself some work gloves before I split my fingers open because I pull my stitches as I go. To keep the work snug. And I wrap my fingers in the thread a lot. And I have been known to cut myself with the threads. Oh, it'd be so much easier when I get on the straightaway stuff and not sewing straight to a bend. I did go in the hole. I'm glad you like the hat, Rosie. I need to drop some glue on the threads of the higher of the skeleton. That's his name. I need to put some unscrew it and put a little dab of glue on there and screw it back together. And that way it reduce the risk of it coming apart. I do that with all of my screw-on rivets like that. All the ones I put on CC DeVille's hat, I did the same thing. I glued every last one of them. I actually got Robbie to look at them and say whether or not he liked them before I glued them, since Robbie was part of the design team for that hat. Marcia, I have a tendency to put the threads and they wrap here in these the grooves of my fingers. And one day I didn't even realize I'd cut my finger until the thread was embedded in my finger. And part of what I do is I feel it. I feel where things are and whether or not I went into the hole. I can feel. Oh, hot wings and salad. I have no clue what I'm eating. It's whatever the younger child prepares for us. I love the fact that the grandchildren are now wanting to explore the kitchen a little bit more. Um, they have not given me anything gross, which is a good thing. Ollie enjoys cooking more so than Topher, and that's okay. The only thing Topher cares about is can he maintain cooking for himself when he gets older. That's that's his goal. Can I cook for myself to survive? He doesn't care about cooking for anyone else. Yeah, well, I was lucky I didn't bleed all over Rosie's hat when I stuck myself with the needle. It was a little quick poke. So I did not bleed all over Rosie's hat. I am working on that officer's hat again. I'm sewing the brim to the first piece, which this is one of the more annoying pieces to sew on this entire hat. Because I'm sewing this curve onto a complete straight piece. So it's kind of forcing that curve to happen, which is not easy. And sewing 3 different layers because you want to make sure that that needle is catching all 3 layers when you're stitching. But when it goes through, this will cause it to create the curve of the cap. And then I'll go in with the trim, the black trim, and I will put it on and go around all the way. Oh yeah, I gotta figure out how to make someone a mod in here. So let me see if I can figure this out. If I click that, that'll work. So now I'm back to stitching. Trying to figure out how much delay is going on between. There seems to be a good bit of delay between what I see that I'm actually doing and what's going on YouTube. Interesting. I would rather make a top hat inside out and have to flip it than do this part. Rosie, did you go get poked today? Yeah, it's like I said, Marcia, this is the worst part of this entire hat. I mean, other parts are difficult and take long, but this is the frustrating part. But it's not the way the pattern does it. The pattern just runs it all to the inside, and I find it creates too much bulk on the inside. I just needed you to type in the chat to see if it worked. And if my grandchild brings down yummy goodness, I might go camera off for a little bit and just talk while I consume calories. See, most things, when you're sewing them and when you have to force things like this, it doesn't take long for them to start just behaving, so to speak. This, on the other hand, if there's some little clippy things you can get to pre-align your holes and put these little clips in them to hold things in place. I just don't have them. I put them on my Amazon wish list, and eventually I'll buy some, but I just haven't bought any yet. They come in like packs of, I think, 12 or something like that. With some of the projects I sew, I know how many I would need, and it's like a lot. And I tried making some alternatives to them, and they just don't work very well. So I think I'm just going to have to decide to use one of the commissions and buy the crazy little things. It's on Amazon, and I think, let me check my, underneath the video, yes, underneath the video is where I put all my information. I remembered to do that. I got fussed at for not putting any of my information under the videos, and was told that should be standard under every video. But yeah, I have tons of stuff on my wish list. It's stuff that I don't necessarily need right now, but things that I want to get. And my wish list is just as good a place of any to hold that list of things I want to get for leather crafting. I went through it the other day and took off the tools that I had on there that I had already bought. And then I have the one that's my expensive one that I want to get. It's for making the edges of leather projects look better with less work than what I put into it now. On some things where if you're going to see the raw leather, I will spend hours basically sanding and buffing out and polishing the edges. And there's actually a machine you can get which burns and finishes the edges. It's what the professionals do, kind of thing. So eventually I will get one. Oh, come on. Why are you being a pain today? In the hole. It is not catching that other hole for some reason. There it goes. Finally. The good part about it is this velvety part. The nubuck is what would be closest to her skin unless I put a sweatband in it. So having something nice and soft against the skin is good. Come on. Had a piece of paper in that hole. Almost there. And I need to take all the videos that I did making Scott's hat and chop it up and make a bunch of shorts. Because I need to post a bunch of shorts to ever get monetized. Come on. This one. Nope, missed the hole. You can see how it starts to make that curve. Oh shoot, I had it in there and it came out. Oh, it's black glitter on the back side and it's really hard to see. Black thread and a black hole. Sorry, I've got to pull it to me so I can actually see where I'm putting this needle. Because while I'm not blind, I do wear glasses. And for some reason, I just could not see where in the glittery leather do I need to put this needle on the back side. I just absolutely could not see it. Which is weird because going this way, I was like right to it. But trying to go the other way, it just absolutely was not. I'm going to try to see if I can not move the hole. It'll just go right back through. It went through most of it, just not this last layer. There it goes. Pull those threads. That's one of the problems some people have when they're hand stitching is they don't pull their stitches as they go, and you wind up with loose stitches. And or you have inconsistent tension in your threads, and that causes it not to look good. I mean, you think about it when even with something that's been sewn on the sewing machine, if the tension is off and one of the threads is loose, you notice it. Sorry, just making sure I caught everything. Hi, Stacy. Good to see you. Through one hole, through the next hole, back over here, through that hole, and pull. And then I pull this thread. One of the reasons why I grab the thread and I pull it down is so that I don't puncture the thread with my needle. Because if you do that, then you can't tighten your stitches correctly. And so I kind of force my thread that I just sewed to be out of my way when I push that one through. Ouch. And it's a snug fit, so I don't have much room between what I'm doing and this plastic piece. I don't have a lot of extra space to work with. So it's riding real close to my stitch holes too. Oh, come on, in the hole, in the hole. That's going to be the thing you hear me saying a lot. In the hole, in the hole. Get it in the hole. Got a little poker. The good news is I'm almost finished with this horrific part. Marcia, I will gladly send you my address. It should, I have it set up where it automatically ships to me, but it doesn't display my address because I know some weird people and I don't want them having my address. And some of these weird people would absolutely go to my Amazon wish list to get my address because they're weird. More like trolls. Yeah, they're trolls. And I don't want to get in trouble for what I might do if some stranger just showed up at my doorstep. But let me finish this one piece and I will pull up my text app on the computer and I will pop you over my my address. Most of the people that go into Robbie's channel, I'm not worried about. Most. You're pain. But there are still unscrupulous people, and this is the internet. And we all know some of those less than scrupulous people. And our household is weird because it's like, don't show up at my doorstep. And I really don't think Marcia would show up at my doorstep. Rosie, I thought about trying to do it as a tiny URL to see if that helps. I think it'll let me shorten it. There we go. Oh, I forgot to get through that last hole. In the hole. In the hole. Yeah, they have people that actually will just show up at your house and go, "Oh, I was in the neighborhood." And for me, it's like, no, 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 that's not the way it works. I don't care where you were. You do not come to my house unless I've invited you or we've had a discussion and I said it was okay. I don't just let people show up at my house. And my husband's the same way, so it works out really well. Again, I'm doing that surgeon's knot. And if you don't know how to do a surgeon's knot, it's just like what you're used to doing when you tie your shoes. You go one over, but with a surgeon's knot, you go two over because it creates more friction on that knot. And I do it first, I do it one way. I do it like right over left. And then the next time I do it left over right. And that creates a lot of friction. So I don't have to worry about that coming untied. Um, Hint, hint, you can do that to a pair of work boots as well, or sneakers or something when you're tying your laces. If you have a problem with laces coming undone, you do a surgeon's knot, a single surgeon's knot before you tie the bow, and it will hold it. Burn these little threads down. Where's my fancy hammer? It is. Found all these little stitches. Now it sits like it should. It sits like a visor now. I don't have a favorite emoji because they don't have lots of pretty unicorns and purples in here. Well, I work with what the leather is that the person wants their stuff done in. Um, I mean, I like this. I think it's cool. Yesterday, I have some of the same leather, but in different colors that I use to make myself custom boxes out of for putting stuff in when I travel. And someone that was on the chat yesterday, Jennifer Mason, had actually bought it for me and gifted it to me because I made a comment about I wanted it, but I just couldn't swing the $10 $10 a square foot thing. And the next thing I know, Jennifer says, I want to see the leather. And so I showed him the leather, and Jennifer has my address because we're friends. And the next thing I know is I have leather showing up at my house. And I just had pattern pieces fall on me, which is not okay because it's the pattern pieces for my next commission. So I need to clip these pieces and set them over here. So I'm going to take a couple of seconds and I need to go look up something real quick. You do something several times and you still have problems finding or remembering what it is you did on a certain way. And that's what I'm dealing with right now. And I hear a child coming down. I'm going to mute for a second. Okay. The grandchild wanted me to taste the creation they're making. Topher came down and didn't realize I was forgot that I was streaming. Say hi, Topher. Say hi, Topher.
Hello, everyone.
Yeah, they're on that screen because I'm on StreamYard. I do not, Ollie does not know what the name of it is, what he's making, but it has chicken in it. It's a chicken breast cut up, and it has like a standard onion, bell pepper, seasonings and spices, because we actually cook with seasonings and spices in this house. And the sauce it's a tomato-based sauce, but it's a cream tomato-based sauce. So it's not overly acid. It's pretty good.
Do you want to keep this? Or should I put it in the sink because we're having noodles with it, where you can get all the extras?
They can hear you talking to me.
Yes.
Okay.
I'll rinse it off for you.
And Stacy said hi, Topher. Sandra said hi, Topher. Marcia said hi, Topher. You got sent something, but it disappeared. I did not send you something yet, Marcia. But I will do that now because I said I would. Because I will forget otherwise. I don't think I've consumed enough caffeine today. So my brain's a little bit scattered. But now you should have something from me, Marcia. Francis, I will let Topher know that you said hello when he gets back down here. Because I'm down in the basement. Okay, where's my officer hat pattern video that shows me how to do this piece? I can't remember if I'm supposed to butt these up or if I'm supposed to overlap them, so I need to check real quick. Too much 3 cups of tea gave you too much caffeine? No way. I drink coffee with extra caffeine shots in it. I get stuff, it's called Stokes, which is basically espresso shots. So I drink my big cup of coffee, which is equivalent of like 3 cups of coffee. And I use 2 to 3 shots of espresso in it. Oh, 3 cups of coffee and a tea. But I just do a lot of I do a lot of caffeine. I'm a caffeine addict. I admit it. Trying to find the part where he puts this piece together. Yeah, I don't know how to make them hot links. Oops. Oh, actually, I could do that. I could leave that there. I'm still figuring out the StreamYard thing. I guess I need to figure out how to make a rolling banner. I might need to get on a call with Rosie and figure some of this stuff out because I just don't know. Okay, I am going to have to get the black out. Okay, it does butt up against each other too. So that's good to know. Marsh your front door. And weekend deliveries are fine. Fine. Because someone is here at all times. Rosie, I appreciate your assistance with this. You are actually more experienced with this than I am. So I appreciate it greatly. Okay, so now I can actually measure this. Okay, this is going to come down to 22 and a half. And if I go back to my list, that's on my measurement sheet, it says I needed 21 inches. So yeah, I'm going to be able to, I am absolutely going to be able to put that in there, but I didn't measure it. I know where. And I know this may sound weird, but I do have to measure it on this side. Which I don't think this is going to affect it by much. No, still right at 22.5. So I got a little skip in the leather there. I'm going to have to glue that down. I will have to pull out my barge cement for fixing this piece, because I got a piece sticking out that shouldn't be. It got snipped. Oh, wait, this will work. I've got some glue. It's like the miniature version of the yucky, stinky, smelly glue. And this will actually get covered up when I put the sweatband on it too, so it won't be seen. It's just, it's an annoyance that I know I miscut that piece, and it bothers me that it's that way. And so I just want to make sure that it is secure. And then when I hand stitch in the sweatband, it'll actually cover up this edge here, so she won't have this rubbing against her head. It'll be something much softer. This won't rub up against her head, and it'll have that sweatband that comes up to about right here on the inside. It'll give her a comfy fit because it'll add cushion to it. It is a basic black sweatband, but it'll add cushion to it, and it'll also create a comfort of this not rubbing up against the head. So now I fixed that piece. You can't even tell that I messed up the cut now. Roll off the extra glue. Definitely will not be able to see it once the other piece gets put on there, because it'll be stitched in right at the stitch line. So yeah, got a visor. That's what it looks like. I actually have a pattern to make a visor, which is basically making a hat without anything else. It's just this piece and this piece. Okay, I'm going to go read a second, catch up on everything. Rosie's off collecting, and then she's going to help me do a banner. She doesn't know that yet, but she's going to help me do a banner one day. I'll get her to go on when I go on, so that we're in the StreamYard together, but not live yet. And she can show me how to do that kind of stuff. Oh, Stacy, they deliver mail on Saturday every week. And most delivery places will deliver on Saturday as well. Amazon will actually deliver on a Sunday. I've gotten Sunday deliveries. Sunday deliveries usually only occur for the post office, UPS, and FedEx. Sunday deliveries usually only occurs during peak season and during the holidays. They will, especially right before Christmas. If you stick a Christmas sticker on your package, they're pretty sure that it's a Christmas present. They will do everything within their power to get things delivered before Christmas. I have had them knock on my door on Christmas Eve to deliver a Christmas present. Oh, Francis, I'm the same way. My grandkids will come in. Topher was the world's famous for it. He would come in to ask me questions of Mimi this, Mimi that, and I'd look at him and I go, I have not had coffee. And he go, when he was really young, he'd go, I come back later. And then he'd run in there and tell Jeff, Mimi needs coffee. Now he just looks at me and says, you had coffee? And I'm like, no. And he goes, all right. And then he makes coffee for me and brings it to me. That's okay, Marcia. I read that as now because that's how I read things. Wow. I actually did not know that they didn't do any post in Canada on the weekends. But yeah, we normally get mail. Standard mail delivery is 6 days a week, except for holidays. Yeah, if a holiday falls on a Monday or a Friday, they just don't deliver that day. And they shifted most of our holidays to Mondays to make it easier for people to get 3-day weekends. And then, like I said, Amazon will deliver on a Sunday. And I have Amazon Prime, but even when I order stuff, I often will not. I'll just tell them not to deliver it on Sunday. I'll have it. I hate having people do it, having to go out and make deliveries. But then again, they have people that pick up work there. Amazon here, the warehouse here works almost the same thing as like Grubhub and stuff like that. That people can show up and they get authorized, they get their background check done or whatever, and they become an authorized delivery person. They can just show up and give an area that they're going to be they'll be in, and Amazon will give them a bunch of packages to deliver in that area. So you have people showing up at your house in their personal cars making deliveries. Yeah. And it's just crazy because for me, Saturday is normal. You always get mail 6 days a week. That's normal. But I guess if I grew up in a place where I didn't, then it would seem strange to have it on Saturday. I'm going to leave you guys looking at this. But actually, yeah, that would make a cute visor too. I might have to pull out the visor pattern and make one. See if I can make one that's adjustable. That way I can see, then I can sell it. Oh, yeah. Black leather, black leather. Lots of black leather. Got my foot hung up on a cord. Not like that one. That one has holes in it. I wanted something. Oh, that's a long one. You just slide right there. And see that looks good together. Black with that rainbow. I think after I put this on, though, I'll give this a wipe down with a conditioner because it feels a little dry. But I don't want to condition it before I work with it because then it'll be slippery, slimy stuff on it, greasy stuff. Ooh, Francis, no caffeine after 6 p.m. on Thursday. How will you survive Friday? This actually is not something that I would use to make a cap out of. It's a thinner one. And I will probably use some dubbin. Guess if I put it where you can read it, it would help. Make you read upside down. This stuff is out of Australia. I have different brands. This is just the one that's on my desk right here. I have a few of them that I use. But let me cut off a piece of this and see how it takes that. I keep hitting this camera. I absolutely have to mount it from the other side of the table. Trying not to get that on my bandage. And I use the warmth of my hand to help, and it just makes the leather now. Yeah, that's all it needs. Because now this leather feels totally different. And actually, I might have to condition it ahead of time because it is making it more supple. Just that little bit of conditioner on it, and it is so much softer. And I think, let me see. Let me see. This is something I actually do as I'm working with stuff. I want to see what it's going to look like. And so I will do stuff like this and go, yeah, this is going to look okay. This leather, because it has stretch to it, I can pull it as I go and it'll go right on there. And then the same leather without being conditioned, you can see the difference in how it looks. Thirsty leather, hydrated leather. And with the exception of suede leather, because suede leather is a totally different beast, finished leather like this absolutely should be conditioned. Yeah, this doesn't look the same. It has a more dull look, and this dubbin will stay on this. It's not going to rub off. I can't just rub it on my pants and rub that dubbin off. That dubbin will now rub in, and that's why I was rubbing it with my hands. The heat helps get it to go in and permeate the leather a little bit better. And yeah, I think I'm going to take a step back, condition some leather before I cut my strips, because this doesn't feel the same stretch to it. It does this way, but not this way that this has. This just feels better. I don't know. And if I'm going to be cutting strips out of this, I'll be cutting strips this way. And let me see. It has a little bit of a stretch that way, and I just want it to feel good when I do it. So, do you guys mind watching me condition leather? A non-stress test on Friday. Oh, a non-stress stress test. They're not going to make you do the walking on the treadmill, walking uphill. It's going to be like the chemical-based stress test. And Marcia, I will absolutely have a conversation with you about your jackets. Because leather will last as long as you take care of it. I've had stuff that's pretty old. You know what? After you have procedures done, you need self-care. So I'm going to take this one hide that I have, and I'm going to take my bandage off because my fingers should not be bleeding anymore. I will double check off camera. Okay, I'm not bleeding anymore. So you guys aren't going to see like gushing blood out of my finger or anything gross. Francis, I will be thinking about you on Friday for good results. I actually warmed my stuff up in my hands. And I will have to wash my hands before I touch that suede type leather again. I do a lot of leather care because I owned leather and decided that if you're going to own leather, you need to be able to take care of it because that's how I was taught. It's kind of like if you have a pet, you know how to feed it. If you have a plant, you know how to take care of it. And so it was the same thing of having leather, you need to be able to take care of it. I'm not worried about the back side of this because it's going to be hidden. This is a liner leather. That's all I use it for liners and making edges on piping and stuff like that. So the underside of it is never seen by anyone after I've made an item. 12 different tests. Well, that non-stress stress test is what saved my mom's life because they did the correct things on her. And I sometimes wonder if it's not more accurate than the actual stress test. Jeff, my husband, had a regular stress test and was given a clean bill of health and then turned around and had a heart attack and had to have quad bypass afterwards. So the regular stress test missed everything on him. Whereas the non-stress stress test caught minor stuff on mom. God, dick, I'm gonna just threw my brush down. You can see. I think you can see. Can you see the line here? Let me see. Let me wait for YouTube to catch up with me. Hi, husband. Yeah, you can see the line here between the leather being dry here and me conditioning it here. Big difference. And I am going to go off camera for a little bit and just sit and socialize, because the youngest of the grandchildren has shown up with yummy food. And I am going to unroll this and let it sit for a little bit. And then I'm going to buff it and cut my strips out of it that I need for my edging. But while this is sitting in absorbing conditioner, I can be consuming my calories. So let me turn the camera off. I'm going to go stop cam. Well, I can show them your food. So, okay. Ollie wants me to show off his food.
I won't look as appetizing on the camera.
So now I'm going to have to show the food. Lots of Parmesan cheese on it. The sauce. Big chunks of chicken. There's mozzarella cheese in here. And cute little pasta. So there. Ollie has prepared me food, and now I'm going to eat. Unless my camera stopped on me. Did my camera freeze? I don't think it ever picked up. No, see, that's not what's going on. My camera did not. Interesting. Something is acting stupid. Okay, my camera has now acted stupid. Let me see if I can get it to go to the other camera. No, there is no camera there. Okay, I'm going to have to fix my camera because it has gone stupid for a second. So let me see where my Droid camera thing is. Aha, back on. Put the camera back up where it belongs. Figure out which camera it went to. Now I have a camera. And it has big chunks of chicken in it. And pasta and mozzarella cheese and Parmesan cheese. And there's bell pepper in here. And there's onions. And yeah, it's going to be good. So you get to see what the grandchild made. And I will not eat half of that because the grandchild thinks I eat twice as much as I do. It is my grandchild's creation. They couldn't remember the name of what it was when they saw it. They just remembered how to make it. And so they made a pot of this sauce with chicken. And I said, "What am I eating?" They said, "I don't know what it's called." I saw the recipe. I know how to make it. I'm like, okay. Cleaning my hands a little bit because they're a little greasy. I will ask them if it was a chicken cabanera that they saw, and they might recognize the word if I say it. Never actually. I'm using my phone as a camera, and I'm using an app called Droid Cam. And it just forgot where my phone was, I guess. Rosie, 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 you can't have my food. It actually tastes good too. It is late to be eating, but the child is getting experience at cooking, which is what is needed. I think all children should learn how to cook, clean, do their own laundry, learn how to do basic financing and all that kind of stuff. I will ask MZ. I'll tell Ollie that it needs to be written down. Actually, I will text Ollie now, because if not, I will forget. It's been requested that this recipe is written down. Can go into the Get Swamped 2024 cookbook. The cook is 16. I started the grandkids out cooking early. Started off box, macaroni and cheese from a box. That way I could start them off much earlier in life. Yeah, I have to get the link set for the cookbook area. I had to move it to my Google Drive that gets backed up. My other one acted stupid and deleted all of MZ's cook recipes. And I knew they were there because I saw them. And then I went back to look at them and they were gone. Ollie said that he will work on getting the recipe written down for cooking. I could see putting together some easy recipes. For those that have less knowledge in cooking. The kids were actually in the kitchen helping before they were 12 years old. I'm talking 5, 6 years old, because they just wanted to be in the kitchen, help us. So, we started them on some very basic stuff. And some of it is stuff, like if we go out of town, we'll buy the box macaroni and cheese. They have certain things that are like staples for them. that they're Mimi's out of town foods. One of them is crazy, like macaroni and cheese and hot dogs. Topher will cut the hot dogs up into little rings and cook them in a skillet, make macaroni and cheese, throw the hot dogs in, mix it all together, and then they eat that. That is like the first night Mimi's gone food. I don't understand why, but it is. Yeah. We worked our way into using different tools in the kitchen. I hear someone down here, so I either have someone crawling around on the floor or I have an animal down here with me. Might be one of the cats. Huh. Interesting. Topher doesn't worry so much about the vegetables, except corn. He is a child that would have corn absolutely every day if allowed. But otherwise, he'll fix meals and forget that people need vegetables. I have to remind them that people need vegetables. It's like we have no vegetable tonight. And Topher just wants to be able to, he's like, I just need to know how to cook stuff so I can take care of myself. That's all. I don't need to cook fancy food. He would consider this fancy food. He likes to eat it, but he doesn't want to learn how to make it. But he also will make banana slices in a skillet covered with peanut butter, toast, and honey. Interesting. Now I'll eat peanut butter and banana together. I like that. I really need to teach Ollie portion control. Because this plate is way too much food for one person. See, we need to write all these little recipes down for the quick and easy or comfort food sections. spam and egg thingy. What kind of thing was that, Rosie? I'm always thinking about doing a cooking channel where he just uploads a bunch of pre-recorded videos. Oh, you made a spam and egg sandwich for the first time? Interesting. Kids. And I say that about Rosie because Rosie and my daughter are, Rosie was born in December. My daughter was born the following August. They're 8 months apart. So, yeah. I give Rosie a hard time. Kids. Yeah, we've cut up spam and made omelets with it before. So yeah, I've eaten half of this and I'm done. Absolutely no way I could finish this. You can freeze spam for 2 months? Interesting. It never lasts here that long. Not with 5 people in the house. But yeah, I didn't know you could freeze it. Absolutely did not know that. But like I said, here, once it's open, it's going to get eaten. We will either do spam or we'll do another brand in the stuff they call lunch and loaf and fry it to make sandwiches. I like that. I find it quite tasty. Yeah, my the youngest grandchild cannot eat pineapple unless it's heavily cooked. And they have a problem with kiwi as well. But if you take blood pressure medicine, you don't want to be eating grapefruit anyway. So no, Marcia said she also has problems with grapefruit. Anybody taking blood pressure medicine should stay away from grapefruit, even if you love it. Something in the grapefruit works against what the blood pressure medicine is trying to accomplish. when I'm consuming a lot of acid stuff, like pineapples or fruits, or pineapple or oranges and stuff like that, I make sure I drink a lot of extra water because I have an over acid body and I will have issues. Mine's a little bit higher than yours, Marcia, but not much. My blood pressure is usually on the right side of normal. I just don't like grapefruit. It has a bitter taste to it, and I don't like that bitter taste. Keep dropping the lid to my water bottle. And I always keep a lid on my water bottle so I don't spill flavored water all over leather projects. I'm going to get my quilter's ruler so I can do this thing. I guess my family loves me. Yeah, you don't need to eat it because we don't need you at the hospital. Robbie will just fuss if you go to the hospital. You know that. I'll stick this hide underneath my desk a little bit since my heater's there and let my heater blow on it a little. The little heat warming up that dubbin I put on it will help it absorb and penetrate a little bit better. Oh yeah, that's nice and toasty. Want it toasty but not overcooked. You should not cook your leather. I don't care what some of these military people will tell you to do with it, with your boots. Don't do it. Marcia, you just have to have a special mimosa. Only put the stuff in it you can have. And name it Marcia's Mimosa. Back to leather. Hello, Mr. Mistopheles, my kitty kitty. My black and white tuxedo cat is down here. I think that's who I've been hearing making noises. Oh, yeah, it has absorbed this pretty good. take an area that didn't have much and rub it over the part that did. Makes it work. Make sure I don't have any puddles of conditioner laying around. Picked up stuff off my table. That's okay. I use my hands a lot. Sometimes you may see me streaming. My hands may show up purple, black, green, whatever color if I'm doing any leather dyeing, because I am the world's worst at wearing gloves. I hate wearing gloves when I work with leather. I like the feel of the leather, and so therefore I don't wear gloves most of the time. If I'm polishing or dyeing, that means my hands may get dyed whatever color I'm working with. It'll come off eventually. So if I come on here with black and blue hands, it's because I'm working with leather. Ask me what project I'm working on. Okay, now, because this is part of the hat where I totally alter the design, because I don't like the way they do it. So I need to measure this and add to it. $18. 23. That's 23 inches. $33, $34. So I'll just make it 2 lengths of this and I'm good. And this is, can't see my line. There it is. Is that right at an inch? Yeah. Is that 3/4 of an inch? This quilter's ruler is kind of funky. It's 3/4 of an inch. Okay. Because they take this piece and fold it here, and they put this piece on the inside. So they use it like a sweatband. I don't like doing that because that means either I have to put the suede portion to the outside of the hat, or this finished leather is what's up against your skin. I don't like that. I don't want to wear a hat and have this up against my skin, because it's not, I mean, it's just finished leather. I would rather do a thinner piece that'll wrap around the edge to go all the way around it, and then hand stitch in a regular sweatband. Yeah, Rosie's gonna run away. Something about kids and school and being a mom and getting up and being responsible and crap, but it's okay. Have a good night, Rosie. So I am going to, like I said, this is one of the places I actually alter the pattern, because originally they take this and put it just around this edge of here, and they do the wider one, and they go around this whole band before they sew it together, which means you're forced to put this underneath, and it just adds a lot more bulk in this area. So I prefer to sew it together like this, and then I will take this and make it longer than what I need and put that around the entire perimeter, obviously not in paper, but in black leather. But I'll put this around the entire perimeter of the hat. And when I get to here, I will just jump from being on the hat portion to going straight into the visor portion of it as well, and make a nice little line there, and come around here and line that, finish off that edge, and then go back out to this side. So I just have to make sure this is long enough, which I think it is. Fold this baby in half. Yeah.
I'm not really good with things, so I typically.
Next time you go to make my food, like put the pasta in there and then take half of the pasta back out, because you give me twice as much food. That's it. I already was talking about that. But yes, I showed everybody your food, and they said that, oh, was it supposed to be like a chicken carbonara? Because they looked at it, said it looked like a chicken carbonara, and that you should write down the recipe so that we can use it. I know you're like me. You have to figure out the proportions because we don't measure. Grandchild's going to have to do the same thing I did to put the etouffee recipe down, is make it and measure as you go to figure out how much of each thing you use, because I've made etouffee since I was young and never measured any of it. And then I opened my big mouth about making a recipe from it, and that was it. I had to come up with the recipe, so I had to take what my grandmother told me and find a way to measure it. Yeah. Marcia, I'm going to tell you what, making that etouffee recipe was interesting. It was interesting, to say the least. I had tick marks on paper for all the different spices, and I would write down what I used as the base. Like if I was using a quarter of a teaspoon, and I would write, and I would put some in it and taste it until it tasted right, and then I would tally up how many quarter teaspoons did I use to come up with the measurement. And we did that with everything. And it's like after I finished the base recipe, and it's like, it tastes like it needs a little bit more of this, and then we would add it by the quarter teaspoon until that tasted right. And yeah, it was the first time that the etouffee recipe had ever been written down. I don't know who came up with the recipe. I just grew up with my grandmother cooking. And so, yeah, there's a lot of stuff I have no clue. No true clue of, what it should be. Get over here. On this back side, I'm trying to make sure that I have it straight so I don't create a V in my leather. A funky angle, I should say. And you obviously can't see it because, oh wait, actually you can see the whole thing. I got the camera up high enough you can see the whole thing. I'm not off the table. Usually I have the camera and you can't see the whole thing. I'm going to sharpen this knife before I start, because sharpen as you go. I didn't realize how much of my junk over here you can actually see. I actually need to rearrange down here so I can get my computer off of this desk and onto a computer desk. I have a small portable computer desk that's perfect, because having my computer get jarred around every time I bang holes is not great for it. But it would also give me a work area to work with. This is an old chemistry table, so it actually Did my stream come back? Is there anyone here that can hear me? Sweet. Yeah, we had a blip, an electrical blip. It just like a blink of an eye blip and threw everybody offline. It didn't blip enough to cause the internet to reset. Or yeah, it did. It just enough for the internet to reset, but nothing else. I mean, the lights literally just turned off and turned right back on. What are you laughing about, child? I was in the middle of streaming and now I'm explaining what happened.
Yeah, I know. Ollie said that was great.
Ollie was in the middle of streaming something. I'm still live and they can hear you.
And I was like, yes, it was. I thought they were talking about the food.
No, Ollie was in the middle of doing some gaming stuff.
No, they were watching TV.
Oh, watching TV.
Yeah.
Your mom was recording something with gaming.
And
I was in the middle of this stream that we're finishing up.
I didn't realize power went out.
It literally was.
Yeah, I know. So normally when power goes out, monitors turn off, right? My main screen, that one went off. The 60 hertz one did not.
Yeah.
So I was
okay,
like, oh,
let me get back to my stream here.
Yep. Have fun. What you making now?
I'm working on the hat and I need to make the strip to go around the perimeter of it, the little black strip. And so I have to cut it out of the middle of this.
It's one giant hat.
Hide. Because the only place it's long enough.
Yep, fair. All right, I'm gonna go back upstairs.
Topher actually does leather work himself. He doesn't do it for other people. He does it for himself. Except for Robbie.
Yes, except for Robbie.
He does it for Robbie.
Robbie is an exception.
Because Robbie's the exception to everybody's rules.
Yes. So that's where it went.
That's where it went.
I was looking for this the other day.
It came down here yesterday for my birthday dinner.
Oh, I know that, but the last time we had...
Okay, I'm in the middle of a stream. Thank you.
Oh, I ate my potato with nothing in it. It was actually decently sweet. Oh. It was very tasty.
Clean up this edge that I cut a little crooked. Yeah. Love living here where the electricity randomly shuts off for no apparent reason. I think I need to get my sharpener out and sharpen these. They get gunk on them. That's what the problem is. They get gunked up after a while depending on what I'm cutting. I'm cutting through tape a lot. They get tape goo on them. And it makes them not cut right. Not feel right when I'm cutting. You can feel them dragging. But at least no one else uses my scissors but me. And one thing about leather conditioner is it makes a good lubricant too. And an anti-sticky. When you have stuff that sticks a lot, you can use it to help. Like the glue residue. It'll help pull up that glue residue. But it'll also lubricate the scissors themselves and make them work good. And I wipe them off, and you can probably see some of the residue coming off. Yeah. The residue comes off from various stuff, and it's all from this project because I wind up having to clean these at least once per project, usually more. And this, in theory, is going to be the right size for going around that edge. By the time I put the holes in it, and it'll go around and it'll wrap this edge. And I'll actually have to pull it a little bit as I go, so it'll be kind of snug around the edges and just give that little bit of black edge to give it that finished look on that black edge. And then this will be soft on the skin. And then behind it will be that sweatband that will be also have a padding to it. And so that will be nice. So I just have to line up holes now. And this is the fun part. I will tape to my table to do some of this. One day I'm going to learn to take, and what I need to do is just make a pattern for this instead of having to wing it every time. Because that's basically what I do, is I wing it every time I do it. Actually, I think this is the same. Yes. I think I can line these up and cut this down. To make my strip long enough. I thought I was finished with the ink pen, but I guess not. In theory, that's 3/4 of an inch. I'm going to double check myself. Oh, it didn't mark all the way down. That's good. Always good. It is 3/4 of an inch. Sweet. That means this and this should now line up. Yeah, because what I'll do is I'll tape this together at the end and extend it out so that I can do what it is I'm trying to do and have a continuous piece to work with. I prefer working from patterns. I could freehand this. I don't want to freehand it. That was something I had a discussion with someone about why don't you just make your own pattern? Why don't you just do that by hand? And it's like, ability to do it and wanting to do it are not the same thing. I used to make my own clothing patterns for my own clothes all the time. I used to make my own clothes all the time. And I've just gotten to the point where I just don't want to anymore. And, you know, if you've sewn for yourself enough or done something like that, it's kind of like you start doing something when you're young and you're excited about it and you enjoy doing it. And then you get to a certain point, you're like, I just don't want to do it anymore. It's not that you can't do it, it's you just don't want to. And that's how it is when it comes to patterning. It's like, why? There's so many awesome patterns out there from some good pattern makers that I can get at good prices. They are the ones that say that you can resell the items that you make. I do not buy from pattern makers that say you cannot sell anything made from their patterns, unless it's something I really, really want just for myself that I'm not going to sell. And the reason behind that is I actually adhere to the pattern rules set forth by the person that originally made it. If I sold 10 flat caps, I would send the guy the money as if I were buying the pattern again. Just because of the amount of money I'm able to make off of his stuff, because that particular pattern maker is where most of my patterns come from. He's awesome. And he's good to us. His YouTube channel, he has it where we can sign up to be a member. And with your membership, you get a minimum of 2 free patterns every month. So I'm already not paying full price for patterns from him anymore. Because of that, I've not bought a pattern from him in a long time, between the patterns I already had and the patterns I already had, plus the membership now giving me the patterns. I'm trying to find which one is spaced correctly for these. And pretty close. So I want to make sure that I'm spacing these pretty darn close. Go to the edge, that's that center. The tedious stuff. Be sure that's not lined up. I think my phone is further out than what it normally is. Close enough. Close enough. Now let me see. Because I usually wind up going over holes extra. I do extras because I like to overlap it in the back when I make it. If that makes sense. Because I don't want to butt it like that. I will overlap it 3 holes. So when I do it, I will come back and I will wrap this piece around both this when it goes together, one of them will go around multiple pieces like that. I will actually widen it a little bit on the edges so that it can do that. I will special cut that so that it overlaps it and kind of hides that, protects that seam a little better. I don't want two pieces being butt up against each other right here. Yeah, it helps secure that seam from any pressure being pulled apart by overlapping it right there. I do the same thing when I sew this to the other part. I will sew extra stitches here when I sew the two layers together to create a better stitching right there to secure it better. I do like the way this came out though, that my lines are pretty straight on the belly of the snake, that it's going to look okay when I finish this. No one's going to look at the back of the hat and go, well, that looks stupid. They might say it looks stupid because of the hat being snake skin, rainbow snake skin, but they're not going to say it's stupid because of the way that I laid out the pattern of the snake. I'm lining up holes over here. You got to excuse me while I sit back where I can see through the light. See the light. I see the light. And see if I have to how much I need to add to this, because this beats counting holes. Which I have done before, by the way. There's 100 holes here and there's 100 holes there. Yay. It matches. Absolutely have done that. Not fun at all. Not by any stretch of the imagination. It's not fun. But in theory, this should be longer than what I need, just by the nature of how this thing was made. Yeah, it overlaps quite a bit. Let me see. So, yeah, that's not too bad. So what I'm going to do is, and I know this is going to sound stupid as I'll get out, I'm not sure these spacings are exactly the same. Because I am going to start from the center and work out. I want to end with the exact same look on both ends. I'm a stickler about that kind of thing. I want both sides to look the same. Okay, let me see. Can we get it on? Yep. But this is part of the work I do on patterns. Most patterns that I've worked with, most of the patterns, I have not made them 100% exactly the way you're supposed to, the way they had designed it to. I alter almost every pattern I've ever worked with. And it's not that I don't think the pattern manufacturers are good in what they do, and pattern makers and designers. It's just that I get bright ideas. It's like, oh, wait, I bet this would look cool. So I change the pattern. I make it bigger. I make it smaller. I change an element of it. Every one of the hats, I change how the band around the brim goes. Every one of them. I have yet to make one of them exactly the way he told me to, or he designed it to be. And it's personal preference of what I like to see. So now I'll just find the middle of this thing. And there's the middle. In the middle of this hat is somewhere. "22, 23. That's 23. That looks like half, but I'm not sure. "13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Where is it? That's the center. Okay, 25 is center. And it does change according to what size I make because everything on the hat is proportionate to the size. So there's no one size fits all. On another hat, it might be not 25. And I just did that because when I put this down, I want to start here and stitch back and then stitch back. And I do add my own flair. I've added extra pockets to bags because I didn't think they had enough pockets because I'm a girl and girls never have enough pockets. My ink pen is acting stupid. There we go. Center line. So yeah, it's I'm used to not having what I need. As far as pockets go, so I wind up altering the patterns. If they have an outside pocket, I will mirror it to the inside. So that there's an extra pocket. Or if there's an inside pocket, I might mirror it to the outside. If there's a front pocket, I might mirror it to the back side. Just to give women pockets. And I just threw something down and I don't know what it was. It was a lighter. And I just threw something off the other side of my desk. And I'll pull this back just a little bit so when I'm working on this edge of the table that you can actually see me. Because what I'll do is I'll tape this down when I start making hole punches in it. I'll tape the back side down to the table and start punching holes and pulling it a little bit to make sure that I keep it straight and get my holes where they belong. I should have actually only cut one of the lines and then taped this down to do the other one. And I wasn't thinking at that moment. But that's what happens when you wind up winging it as you go type thing, which I do a lot of when I sew. You watch me do this exact hat again, and some of the things I do may be different. That's what's hard about people wanting me to teach. It's like, oh, teach me how to do it. It's like, I can't, because in order to teach you how to do it, I actually have to be capable of doing it the same way more than once. And while the outcome will look the same, my method to get there is not. But I'm self-taught. My mom used to sew clothes for other people. I used to sit and steal the scraps and sew my doll clothes. I would literally take a piece of fabric. I would take fabric like this and say, this is the pattern on the outside of the fabric. I would lay a piece down. I would lay down my doll. Then I would lay the other one down. And I would sew around my doll to make a dress. And then I would cut it out. So I would sew, the arms, and I would sew down like that, sew it like this. And then I would go in and I would cut it out, cut all this other part out. And that's how I started making, that was how I sewed first, by hand, making my own doll clothes. And then my mom left her machine open one day, and I had watched her use it a lot. And I got brave, and I tried using her machine. And then so she caught me, and so she taught me the right way to sew clothes inside out and flip them. And then she started me with a basic A-line skirt, making myself a basic A-line skirt for myself. And then we upgraded that. And the last skirt she helped me with was a full circle. It was a 1.5 circle skirt. I wanted a really, really full skirt. And your circle skirt is your full skirt, but I wanted it more full than full. So she helped me draft the pattern for it. And then we made more to it so that I could make it 1.5 circles to make it a fuller skirt. And Mom was just good. She was good at pattern drafting. She would pattern draft on your body. And so everything I learned from watching her. I've never had, I took home ec in school because all the girls took home ec. But the thing is that I was already sewing stuff. I was already making my own clothes. So when, it was like, oh, well, you have to make a A-line skirt. And I'm like, again? It's like, I've been making A-line skirts since I was like 8 years old. And you're going to make me make one now? And the girl, the same thing with the cooking. They're like, we're going to make sugar cookies. And I went, oh, we're not making a cake from scratch? Because I grew up cooking at an early age. So, yeah. My mom did it out of necessity. We didn't have a lot. So for my mom, it was, you can have nice clothes because you can make nice clothes. We can't buy nice clothes, but we can make nice clothes. You can have nice meals without going out because we can make nice meals. we can make nice meals on a budget. You know, that's just how I grew up. And so a lot of that carried with me even when it wasn't necessary. I have a decent job. It pays the bills without a problem. I can afford to take the family out to eat every now and then, you know, kind of thing. With it being a family of 5 now, can't go out to eat all the time. When it was just Jeff and I, we could go out to eat more than what we can now because prices went up where I can't. There's only one place I can feed the family for under $20 a plate. Every place around here, if you're going to feed a family when you have adults, it's $20 plus a plate. The fried tomato buffet is the only place that's cheaper than that. It's just under $12 a plate, and that's affordable. But when you're feeding 5 people, it becomes less affordable. I put my wax down there so when I start hole punching, it'll work. Did the blip of electricity hurt you?
Yeah.
Yeah, I was still streaming. It took me a minute to get back on stream.
I was recording a team scrim. So the boys have the VODs, practice and study.
I even tried getting on my phone on YouTube to be able to tell you all that I was I'd be right back. But it was strange because it was like it was literally a flash of an eye, just blimp, electricity, bloop, just really fast. And it messed me up. Actually, it's 10 o'clock. I have been on here for 4 hours. Do you guys want to watch me do these holes? Because if not, I can go offline and just finish making these holes. And then tomorrow, I'm going on tomorrow because I can go on and put in 3 hours of streaming before Lisa and them get on. I'm trying to get some hours on, and then people can watch them, and then I'm going to start uploading some videos. So I'm going to come up with some kind of formula of streaming some days and then just recording some days and uploading those videos. So I have a combination of lives, shorts, and full videos. And on my shorts, I might throw in some leather care stuff. Yep, that's going to work. Yeah, I have to figure out how to do it with the lives to pull them because I've never done that before. And I was actually talking to Rosie, and so we might need to set up a StreamYard meeting where we don't go live, but just a StreamYard meeting so people can help me get my act together. And because Rosie's like, just watch videos, and it's like, I don't have time to just watch videos. I wish I had more time, but I work 8 hours a day before any streaming or anything like that occurs. So yeah. Yeah, buddy. At least I'm still on the camera. This particular hole punch is spaced out really good. These holes go down one side and up the other. Those little hole pieces falling out everywhere. I need to finish going through my boxes of rocks so I can send Lisa a box. I'm not sending her rocks, but there's stuff that I've gotten. If you've been on Lisa's channel or even with Robbie, there's times I'll say, don't send me those sphere holders. Don't send me those sphere holders. And it's because, one, I have those cupcake holders that most of my spheres are going to go on. And when they're not going on those, I have clear acrylic sphere holders because I have ADHD and I have a little bit of an OCD thing that goes with that all of them have to be identical. I can't have some made out of wood and some made out of metal, some dark wood, some light wood. I can't do that. It doesn't work with my brain. So all the ones that I've accumulated from different places, I have been giving them to Lisa. I took a bunch of them down there when I went down there at right after Christmas. And the little mesh bags that we get things in, I don't keep those. I've been working very hard at decluttering some because I do have that behavior of it's a perfectly good bag. I can't throw it away. I've got to keep it, except I'll never use it. So the way to satisfy my need to not throw away something that's perfectly good and declutter is to send them to Lisa, because she does use them. Every time she ships out palm stones or smaller things, she's using mesh bags. So one way to support her is to save her a little bit of money by me giving her my sphere holders and mesh bags. And when I gave them to her, I told her, you do with them as you see fit. If you like the sphere holders and you want to keep them for yourself, please do. If you want to give them away with someone's sphere, a sphere they buy, do it. Whatever you want. When I give stuff to people like that, it's different than if I give them a gift. If I gift her if I buy a sphere from Robbie for her as a gift, no, I don't want her to resell it. It's a gift for her. And that's different from this. So I made sure that, and because I also know that Lisa does not give away her gifts. When you buy her a gift, she keeps it. And so I had to make sure that I differentiated these, that these are things that she could give away, because I didn't want her feeling obligated to keep a bunch of sphere holders that she will never use. or a bunch of mesh bags that she won't use. So I'm like, here's some mesh bags you don't have to buy. It's not much, but a couple of dollars is a couple of dollars. That my conservative side coming from my mom. You save $2. It's $2 you've got in your pocket that's not in the store. That's a good thing. I'm going to stop and read chat real quick. Yeah, see, you're already reusing them yourself. Stacy, I don't make anything that small that I would reuse them for. Yeah, and I know that Lisa keeps her gifts. I've bought her some aquamarine before. I bought her a tower that was aquamarine and amethyst. I know she keeps those. I've seen where she displays them. If you've bought her something, I can tell you she does. She has a display around her television. Her television is up, like I think it's wall mounted, and she has a credenza underneath it, and she has a crystal display there. And I know she has some that she's waiting to put out because she's waiting for her cabinets. So she does save those things. She puts them up and she displays them, and she's like, oh yeah, I remember when you sent me this, that kind of thing. And then out in her garage is where she has her business stuff, which is separate. Her personal stuff goes in the house. So if she gets a gift and Robbie brings it to her, she takes it inside of the house and puts it up. The stuff that's in the garage, with a few exceptions, someone bought her a cool light that has stones on it, and she keeps that in the garage. At least it was last time I saw it. But she has a container that she has all the mesh bags in, and she has a place that she has all the sphere holders in. And so she knew that when I brought them, she's like, these are for me. And I'm like, they're for you to do with whatever you want. If you want to give them away with purchases, you may do so. If you want to keep them for yourself, you may do so. And then she did her normal laugh, and she goes, okay, cool. Because she was looking at some of the sphere holders. She's like, I like these. And I'm like, keep them. They are pretty, but they're not what I want, because I wanted the clear acrylic so they are more invisible when I put things up, because the main cabinet has glass shelves with a mirror behind it. And so I wanted the things I was using to not take away from the visual of everything that's going into the cabinet itself. So I bought some of those little step things they use like at a nail salon, where it's clear acrylic and they have like 3 layers where they'll put the nail polish on it. I bought some of those so that I can take some of the smaller stuff and layer it up, but the acrylic shelves aren't going to take away from the visual of it. You'll see the stones. I bought a bunch of them off Amazon, and I didn't know how many I needed. I just bought a bunch. It's the same thing I did with buying the acrylic sphere holders. I bought 3 sizes, and I bought a package of these other holders. You can put them multiple ways, but they're for holding things like the more flat things, odd shapes. So like the agate slices or petrified wood slices, hearts, even palm stones and stuff like that, because you can put it this way, or you can put it this way, or you can flip it upside down because of the way the legs are. It has legs going, it has pieces going in both directions. So you can put it like this, or you can flip it this way. And so there's like 4 different ways you can set it up to hold things. And I like it that way. Sorry, I talk with my hands if you can't tell. But I like it. I like it because I do have some small things that are, they're not going to stand up on their own. And then I also bought some The stuff Kendra talks about, earthquake putty, the stuff Kendra talks about all the time, to put under some of the stuff, because I have one tower. It's kind of tall and it's thin, but it's shaped. It goes really narrow in the middle. So it bells out at the bottom and it bells out at the top, which means the top of it is kind of heavy. And I'm worried about someone running into that cabinet and it falling over. So I'm going to earthquake putty it. And a few of the towers, the taller stuff, I am going to earthquake putty. As I put things in and I shake them, if they move, they get earthquake putty. Or they're totally clear glue dots. They're they're almost like double-sided tape, but they're dots, which means in theory, I have not tested this. It is still a theory. I can suspend stuff from the mirror in the back. So some of these flat pieces we have, some like the agate slices and petrified wood and stuff like that, especially the stuff you can see through. I'm thinking if I put some of this two-sided tape stuff on the mirror and then the piece, I can slide the really small LED lights behind it to be able to see through it. And it wouldn't have to be a really bright light, because of it having a mirror behind it, it's going to magnify the light. And so I'm thinking, a lot of the mirror would wind up having these pieces on it randomly. There'll be some kind of sense to it. It'll have to make some kind of sense. The smaller cabinet, I'm thinking about getting some molding, because the back of the small one is just wood. And I'm thinking of putting in some molding strips that stick out about an inch. Or maybe using like a 1x2 and a piece of molding so that I can create a lip so that I can stick stuff up there on the back of the shelves, on the backboard. I'm just trying to find ways to maximize space, because I really do not have room for another cabinet. Unless I start evicting people out of the house or converting my bedroom to a rock sanctuary. And I'm just trying to think of it, because, you put stuff on a shelf and you fill the shelf and everything sits up maybe 6 to 8 inches. My shelves are 12 to 14 inches tall. What about the other space, that top space? It's not being used. But if I do it where stuff is up on things, up platform wise, then it stands up taller in the back, and it just utilizes the horizontal and the vertical space better. Because I can take one of those platforms and have the platform sitting there with something on top of it, and underneath it I can put some smaller stuff and it'd still be seen. So yeah, just my crazy methodology of doing things. A lot of the stuff in the way I am and the things that I do are very much my mom. She raised us girls without a lot, taught us how to make the most out of what you have, how to stretch a dollar and make someone think you had two, those kind of things. And so, utilizing your space, because we came up and it was a 3-bedroom, but it was a small 3-bedroom. You could not put a bed bigger than a twin bed in the rooms and walk around the room. I had my bed, a dresser, a closet, And that was it. And the room was kind of full. So it was small. So we learned how to utilize the space, maximize it. So I'm sitting here drinking my flavored bubble water. It's carbonated water with flavoring in it. No nutritional value whatsoever. Oh, excuse me, except potassium. It does have potassium, which I need, and trace amounts of sodium. So actually it has 3 servings in a bottle. The entire bottle has a whopping 10 calories. And this is a 1.8, no, wait, a 1 liter bottle. It's a 1 liter bottle. Or 1.8, 1 quart, 1.8 fluid ounces, 33.8 ounces, 1 liter. So the whole bottle has 10 calories, 10 milligrams of sodium, and 380 milligrams of potassium, which is great for me because I wind up with low potassium and I get muscle cramps because of it. I don't like drinking regular water. I do not drink this stuff called vitamin water. I tried it. I did not like it. I get this stuff at Walmart. It is Clear America, and this one is orange cream. You know those creamsicles, which are like vanilla ice cream with the orange on the outside of it? That's kind of what this tastes like. It has that hint of that vanilla ice cream with the orange on it. Yeah, I drink these because they're cheap. Because the whole thought of paying for water is insane, but they're cheap. I don't even take them out of the bottles. I drink them at room temperature. And everybody knows this is mine. We wind up reusing the bottles a lot. The kids will use them because we also buy the drink mixes, like the Crystal equivalent of Crystal Light, but usually store brand. Instead of buying a bunch of soda, we buy the drink mixes instead. And the kids will use these bottles to mix their drinks in. If we need a small planter, we will cut this off and turn it into a small planter. Need an emergency funnel. Our travel funnel is actually the top of one of these bottles. My husband cut a bottle. We were traveling and he's like, oh crap, I forgot to bring a funnel. And I had just finished drinking a water. And so he cut the bottle off and we got a funnel that you can put the lid back on and make it a no drip funnel when you're done. And then you can set it back into the bottle upside down to stop it from dripping on the counter too. But yeah, I go through these. I'm the only one that drinks them. My daughter cannot drink them because of the sweetener that's in them. It makes her have headaches. And the grandkids don't drink them because I told them unless they want to get a job and pay for it, they can't drink them. Because they will go through 4 or 5 of them in a day. Yeah, if I was going on, like if I was going down to Robbie's, especially if it was during the summertime, I would absolutely fill these up with water and freeze them. And because if I'm taking anything cold down there. Yeah, I just opened a peach flavored one. I was just opening my peach one. I rotate. I get multiple flavors. There's some flavors I like, some I don't. So I get the ones I like and just keep going. put the rest of the holes in. And then tomorrow we can sew this on. I will actually do the sweatband last. That way, if I have to clean up any of the leather or anything, I don't have to worry about the sweatband. That way it keeps it as clean as possible. I'm weird like that. I have my opinions about things. All these little hole pieces. But tomorrow I can get this sewn on and probably get another piece sewn on. I want to finish that hat this week. With my lives, I'm trying to fit where I can because, obviously I don't want to go on when I know someone else is going on. And if Rosie had set hours on Wednesday that she logged off, I could set up a stream for after hers on Wednesday unless it was too late. So I'm not stressing about Wednesdays because I've seen her stay on 3 hours and I've seen her stay on 5. And I can't go on during the day. Until I hit the lottery. If I hit the lottery, that's another story. I can do leather crafting full time. No, I don't think I'd want to do it full time because I'd want to get some travels in too. I do want to go see Flutter and go get some agates. I do think she needs to start collecting them. If it's legal for her to collect them and sell them, I think she should. Yeah, Rosie did a lot of hours last night that she doesn't normally do. I think we just need to make sure we're supporting each other as much as possible without cutting our own feet off in the process. But I think I can fit into the stream between 3 to 5 days a week without a problem. And so, without stepping on anyone else. Almost finished. And I might give this another swipe of conditioner before I log off or before I go to bed. This is good. This is good. And then I'll pull all the tape off of it. Ta-da! This is how we do it. It's a whole song. Yeah, one of her lives, she pulled it down. There was something in it that should not have been, so she has to alter it. She has to edit it. So I'm guessing she'll put it back up. That wasn't yesterday's live. That was Saturday's live. One of the cats is down here sleeping. I can hear it snoring. The basement is the cat sanctuary to get away from dogs, because the big dogs can't come down here. We have a pet gate at the top of the stairs so that the big dogs cannot come down here, but the cats can. It was a way of giving the cats a space to get away from the dogs. It wasn't only the place where they find their food or their litter, that you shouldn't have to feel it necessary to go eat or go potty in order to have peace. So this gives them a place to go have peace away from all of that. They come down here and they find some place to curl up and snooze down here a little while away from the dogs. Because while the dogs and cats do get along beautifully, sometimes the dogs get too much. The older dog, Coda, it's like he claims the cats. So he'll be walking and he'll reach over and just put the whole cat's head in his mouth. He won't bite the cat, but he'll just sit there with the cat's head in his mouth. And then when the cat gets away from him, the cat's head is soaked with slobber. And then they look at me like, why? So, yeah. So now they just come down here. And then they have the one, he'll get on the stairs just inside the basement stairs where the dog can see him. And then he'll sit there and like start stretching and licking himself and everything like this. And it's almost like he's teasing him, like, you can't get me. Oh yeah, Sandra went to the shower and came home with a bunch of food. Nothing like going to a party and not having to cook for days. Yeah, I think the cats absolutely tease him when they're doing that. I was down here the other day and I found a bag that came out of I bought a container from, KT's Treasure. I mainly wanted the glass box because I thought it'd be cool to put tumbles in. And it had stuff in it. It had fossils in it. It had 2 large fossil rocks in it. It's like, well, I'll be damned. Isn't that cool? And some fossilized coral. It's like, well, that paid for itself. Because I got 2 chunks of fossilized rock that's like this. Just it's big. That had and it's shells. You can see the shells in it. And it was like, this is cool. I'm down with that. Try to clean this up as I go. I'm trying to clean it up so I can clean up this area a little bit before I get started stitching tomorrow. I can see you and you're just not coming out of that hole. You know, my daughter moved in. I inherited my daughter and my 2 grandkids. Plus, my daughter came with 3 German Shepherds and a Min Pin dog and a cat. I had 3 cats here already. So, yeah. So I had my daughter, my 2 grandkids, 3 German Shepherds, 4 cats, and a Min Pin. And my husband. And then the elder cat, which was my husband's cat, he passed away during COVID. I guess my cat was sick and he was having seizures. So I locked him in our bathroom because I got tired of him falling off of the 2nd story rail, because he would get up on the 2nd floor rail and then have a seizure and fall. And I was afraid he was going to hurt himself really bad. So I locked him in our bathroom. And then one day, Jeff's cat wanted to get in the bathroom with him. And so I thought they had grown up together. So I thought, he wants to visit. And so I let him go in there to visit with him. And when I went back in there to check on him, Jeff's cat was just laying in the bottom of the bathtub, not moving. He was still alive, but he wasn't moving. And I called Jeff up there, and Jeff climbed in the tub with him and held him. And he could tell that the cat was dying. And so he wasn't in pain. It was just like his breathing had just slowed. We just kept slowing and slowing and slowing. And so Jeff just stayed in the bathtub with him and just sat there holding him. He was a rescue. All 3 of my cats were rescues. We went to the no-kill shelter and rescued adult cats. We went into it knowing that we may have 6 months or we may have 6 years. That was our reality. We knew we had we didn't know what our time limit was with each cat. So we walked into it eyes wide open. Our goal was to take and adopt adult cats and give them their best lives. And we did. He was named Mario because think of Donkey Kong, Mario, Luigi. He, when he decided to be social for the first time, he goes into the room where my husband was, which was the room that we had our computers in. And he walks up to my husband's legs and basically climbed my husband like he was Donkey Kong. claws out, climbing the legs. And climbed up and sat on my husband's shoulder. And so my husband named him Mario. He's like, he just climbed me like I was Donkey Kong. And we knew he was the older of the cats. You could tell by looking at him. But he was also what is referred to as a muted calico. Male calicos are not common. He was a male calico. A muted calico has, instead of black, it's more gray. So the colors are just, it's like washed out. Muted calicos are known for having certain problems. Male calicos are known for having certain problems. And so he had them. He would be very neurodivergent. If he would have been human, he would have been a very neurodivergent human. He couldn't grasp the concept of covering his poop. He would go potty, and he knew the concept of what he was supposed to accomplish. But instead of it was funny. Instead of scratching down to cover, he would go up and scratch the walls of the litter box. And we couldn't convince him otherwise. The other cats would go in after him and cover his stuff. But he would do stuff that, people would go, stupid cat. Yeah. He was a neurodivergent cat with an IQ half as much as it should have been for normal. Yep, we know that. And we're okay with that. He chose us. He chose my husband. And I picked up mine, which is Mr. Mistopheles. He's a tuxedo that has a big white mustache. And then we picked up the younger one, the younger of the group. He was also an adult, but he was still the younger one. And he's a gray tiger stripe. And so we call him Maltese because the Maltese tiger is the lucid gray tiger, which doesn't exist in the real world. There's rumors of it, but that's about it. And so we got our 3 boys. They all had M names. And we spoiled them because of not knowing how long they were going to last. And he was the first to pass. And I'm putting some stuff, my hands are hurting me. He was the first to pass. It's been 2 years now or so. And the other one, Mistopheles will be the next one. He's the next oldest. I know that. It's going to hurt when he passes, but every day I wake up and I see him wandering around the house alive, I'm happy because I know he's up there in age. And he is allergic to fleas, which is how he started getting sick and having seizures. We had a neighbor that lived next door to us who did not take care of the dog they chained outside. And even though I was getting my yard sprayed on a regular, and I was putting stuff in the house that was pet friendly, I was still getting fleas in my house because of the big dogs going outside. And so Mistopheles got fleas, and he started having seizures. And he would just fall over and start shaking. And sometimes he would wet himself or wet on the floor. And so that's what, and then when he fell off the rail, that from up the top rail, that's when I put him in the bathroom. He would also lose his hair at that time. And when the first time he lost his hair, we isolated him from the other cats because we didn't know what it was. We didn't know if it was something contagious. But when I put him in a controlled environment where I could get the fleas off of him and keep him in a controlled environment without fleas, he quit having seizures and his hair came back. Wintertime came, the fleas all died away. He was fine. Springtime rolled around, the fleas started picking back up, and it happened again. So I started using a flea control for the animals, even though I get my yard sprayed for that. I started using a topical on the back of their necks to stop it. And then that neighbor sold his house and moved out, and we've not had a flea problem since. And he's not lost his hair since. And he's not had seizures since. So that's how I realized it was absolutely related to the fleas. But he's still the oldest one I've seen. He's starting to gain some weight, pudge out a little bit more. His black hair now has white hair in it more than what it did when I got him. So his age is starting to show. And I know he'll be the next one to go. And it's going to hurt, and I'll survive. And then we'll be down to the 2 younger cats, and I will consider finding a no-kill shelter and going and repeating the process. I don't adopt kittens. I adopt cats that are more than likely not going to get adopted or less likely to get adopted. I prefer using a no-kill shelter because they seem to treat the animals a little bit better. The one in North Carolina that we used, no animal leaves there unless it's been fixed, spayed and neutered. They don't care if it's a full-blooded animal that's worth $1,000 uncut. Every animal that leaves their shelter has been either spayed or neutered. They have a vet that comes on for free and runs a complete checkup on each animal, and they do a complete write-up on it. If an animal is on medication because it's sick for some reason, they don't let the animal leave. You can put in a request to adopt the animal, and they will put you on that animal, but they will not let you take that animal home until the animal has finished treatment and is deemed healthy. And again, spayed or neutered. People go in to get kittens, and because everybody wants a cute little kitten or a little puppy, newborns, and they can't take them until they're old enough to not just be weaned, but old enough to have the surgery. They don't trust people that to say they're going to have it done. They don't trust that people will actually have it done. So they take care of it themselves, and I'm okay with that. And the fees are not crazy. I went in when we went in, the cats, they were selling cats for $25 for a cat. And with that cat, you've got an animal that has been spayed or neutered and is recent on shots, including rabies. And you get a health report on that cat. So if the cat has something else, you know it, or animal has something, you know it. And they send you home with a bag of food and some snacks to get you by for about a week. And you're only paying $25 for a cat. The day we went, it was half price day. I did not know it was half price cat day. And it's because someone dropped off like 25 cats overnight. I think the family did an intervention with the crazy cat lady and took all of her cats and turned them over to the no-kill shelter. And they had these cats all in one room, and that's where we got our cats from. And then 2 of the cats, the adoption fees had already been paid. So because they have people that can't have pets, themselves. So their way of supporting is to go pay the adoption fees for cats that are less likely to be, for pets that are less likely to be adopted. So usually the older pets. So like the one we got my husband, which was the oldest pet, and also very scruffy looking. He was a really super long-haired cat, and he just looks just shaggy and scraggly. And so his fee was paid for, and one of the other cats was paid for. The adoption fee was paid for. So I walked out of there with 3 cats, 3 small bags of food, 3 small bags of snacks for $12.50. And we had brought 2 pet carriers with us because we'd only gone to get 2, and we went home with 3. And so they gave me one. It's a cardboard box type, but it's a pet carrier. Down here we get chicken. We can go to like Bojangles or something like that and get chicken, and they have these cardboard boxes that they fold up and they can carry them. It was like that, but it's a pet carrier. It's a disposable pet carrier, and they gave us one of those. And I filled out all the paperwork on all the boys, and we took cats home. We had already had it set up. We had the litter box already set up. We had their food already set up. So when we brought them in, I locked them into the bathroom and waited until I could hear them scratching. I needed to know that they knew where the litter box was. I knew they would figure out where the food was, but I needed to know they knew where the litter box was. And once we confirmed that litter box usage had happened, we opened the door so they could get out, and they disappeared for a week. They were in the house. We knew they were alive. Food was disappearing. Litter box was being used. So we knew the cats were okay. They were hiding from us. And it took me a week. It took a week before they started, where they would sit at the top of the stairs where we could see them. And then it took me about another week before I could call them and they would come to me. I sat on the floor quite a bit, shaking treats and putting treats by me so that they would come near me so I could touch them. And then after that, they realized that this is home and you're okay here. When they started, the first time they got caught in our bed, go in there to go to sleep and you have cats in the middle of the bed, they scattered. So like as if they'd gotten in trouble for being on the bed before. And so I sat up in the bed and called them back into the bed with me and petted them in the bed to let them know it was okay. I wasn't going to kick them out. And so they still, the other 2 still sleep with us. They climb up in the bed and sleep with Chris. They'll sleep with Oliver. They love laying on my husband and sleeping on him. If my daughter left her bedroom door open, they would sleep in the bed with her, except she's allergic to them. So she keeps her door closed. She loves the cats, but she keeps her bedroom door closed so the cats don't get in there, because wheezing and sleeping are not a good combination. But she'll still bend down and pet them and then start sniffling and sneezing. And yeah, but when we moved over a period of a month. The first 2 weeks I stayed in North Carolina, and my husband was shuttling stuff to Georgia. About halfway through, I got the biggest dog crate that would fit in the back of my Escape, because I had an Escape at the time. And I put a litter box in there, a fresh litter box, a small bowl with some food, and a shallow dish, or a dish with a shallow amount of water in it, and 3 cats. and drove them to Georgia, and everything I needed. And I started staying in Georgia at that point, and letting them go in the house and then walking the whole house with them. They wouldn't go into a room until I was at the door. It was like they needed my permission. And so they became my companions for 2 weeks while my husband was shuttling back and forth from North Carolina to Georgia, still bringing our stuff. I was staying here because I did not take off any time from work while we were moving. So he and our friends did the majority of the move. But he would come here and I would help him unload everything. He would spend the night. I'd make sure he got a good meal before he got back on the road. Because, got to take care of him. And yeah, and we just did that for 2 weeks, and I would be time for me to go to bed, and I would go, come on, boys, come on, boys. And all 3 of the cats would come up running. I would get in the bed, and one by one, they would jump up on the bed and curl around me. And they kept me company the whole time that I was here by myself. I'm not fond of being by myself. So I'll be that crazy cat lady. And that's okay. But yeah, I know I'll get more cats. And we choose cats over dogs because I can set up the food, the water, and the litter boxes, and I can leave the cats for a week and know that they're going to be okay. I can't do that with a dog. I can pull out a big tub and put litter in it and leave basically make a massive size litter box for the cats. I have a food dispenser that can keep them in food for over a week. And the same thing for the water. The water container will give them water for like 2 or 3. With the cats we have right now, that water container still lasts for 2 to 3 weeks. So I can leave the house and leave the cats, and my house survives. Francis, have you looked at the naked cat? I mean, they're not called naked cats. I call them naked cats. The cats, they're furless cats. They're cats with no hair. Because most people that are allergic to cats are not allergic to the hairless cats, which look like naked cats. Looks like someone stripped all their clothes off. Yeah, those things, the Sphinx. I call them naked cats. I can't help it. I see them and it's like a little scrawny naked person with wrinkly skin. I know someone that's highly allergic to cats, and that's what she has. She has a couple of those little Sphinx cats. And the first time she posted pictures of them, I asked her why she had naked kitties. And then she explained it to me that having cats with hair would kill her. If she couldn't survive it, she wouldn't be able to breathe. That is so nice. This has a little bit of stretch, not a lot, which will work beautifully. I think that's going to look good on that hat. And it'll have just enough stretch to it where it pulls the wrinkles out as I go around the corners when I stitch it down. But I think the coloring wise, that looks good. So wait, if you're allergic to cats, Bengal cats don't make you sick? But don't they require a lot of attention? Or can you care for them pretty much the same as you do a house cat? Yeah, I think that's going to look good. That's all I need is to get me a cat for people to tell me I got snooty cats. Are they pretty easy to care for, though? Because obviously, I don't want to get an animal that I'm not going to be able to take care of easily. I think I'm going to like that. So it's just like taking care of a regular cat, just on a high protein diet. Now, see, now Sandra's going to start looking into some Bengal cats there. Francis might want to look into some Bengal cats. Actually, you go someplace that has them and see if you have a reaction to them. Because I've looked at the Bengal cats before, and I think they're beautiful. And it was like, but I was thinking, Francis is not getting a naked cat. Well, you need to find someone that has Bengal cats and see if you have any allergy reactions to them. Because Stacy says they're hypoallergenic cats. That might be my next what I look at next. Do they get along with domestic cats? Or do I need to wait until all the domestic cats are gone? I'd have to make them more than sweaters. I'd have to make them full outfits. Where just their nether region parts are bare where they can get to it. Okay. So when I decide it's time to get more cats, I'm going to look into Bengals. I'm not getting anything with Siamese in it. Siamese cats are psycho. I don't need Siamese cats around us crazy people. Oh my goodness, it's 11 o'clock. I guess I'm going to get off here for the night. And I'll come back tomorrow and we will put this trim on this piece of the hat. And then we will sew this piece onto here. And then we will sew the roof on it. I still haven't made up my mind how I want to do this. Normally you overlap them or you sew them and then fold them out, but I'm really thinking about sewing it like this, butting them up against each other and stitching them, because I just think that would look freaking awesome. I think if I did this, let me see. I'm going to test. Got to do a test run, you know. Let's see. Let's see. If I like this, this is how it's going to happen. Mm. I like that. Because I can pull the stitches tight. Yeah. You stitch it that way. There's another way I can stitch it too. I do all this testing to figure out what I like best. And she's got me wanting to get a Bengal cat. More than I was already wanting to get a Bengal cat. I like the 2 parallel rows better. Might have to get me some glue out as I go and just kind of put a little glue on there as I stitch it. And just make it. Yeah. I like it that way. Okay. But that's what we're going to do tomorrow. So we're going to put the edging on this. And then we'll stitch this onto here next. and then we'll sew his roof on. Well, then I'll sew up the back. I think it goes that way, or does it go this way? It goes that way. I just need to look at the pattern and make sure I put this piece on right. That I know it goes this way, but I can't remember if it goes this way or this way. I actually have to measure it according to this piece. Yep. I'm pretty sure that's the way it goes. This gets folded over there, which I'm still debating if I want to pull up half of this halfway back to the stitch line. And some of the decisions I make, it depends on the leather I'm working with and what decisions I make. How it feels in the hand. There we go. So, all right, I am going to get off here. I'm going to let everybody get some rest. And catching up on reading. Yeah, I can look around. I can actually call North Carolina and tell them that that's specifically what I'm looking for to let me know if they get any. And I can put a call into some places around here that lets them know I'm specifically looking for any. Male and female doesn't matter as long as they're fixed, because we are not making babies. We are not making babies. I don't care how much money can be had. I am not making babies. And that's all there is to it. Yeah, actually, I might sit here and after I get off the live and play with this for a quick minute. So, I thank everybody for coming. I appreciate you very much. If you have not done so, hit that thumbs up, or if you're coming by to watch at a different time, please hit that thumbs up. Go ahead and hit that subscription bell, hit the notification bell to say you wanted to be notified when I go live or put up videos. Come back and see me. I am going to be streaming again tomorrow night at 6 p.m. until 9. That one does have a designated end time because Two Lees in a Pod starts their streaming about 9:30 on Tuesdays. And the same thing for Thursday, as I will stream from 6 until 9. And Two Lees comes on, I think, about 10. Not between 9:30 and 10 on Thursdays. But that way I can get my stream done. Then everybody has time to go get a snack and a drink and go pay their water bill or whatever they need to do. And then they can be settled back in when Two Lees in a Pod comes on, and we can meet up there and watch them. We have a tendency to channel jump, and I'm okay with that. I like seeing my people. I appreciate you. I have links down below the video if you feel inclined to support the channel, support me and my leather work. I appreciate everything. I appreciate you just watching my videos, telling other people to stop by and watch the videos, telling other people to subscribe, to help me make the goals that I need to make to be monetized. And part of that work is on me. I will get that stuff done as well. So thank you, everyone. And I hope to see you all tomorrow night so we can continue working on this hat and get it finished. You all have a blessed night. Bye.